the collation room, encouraging them to remain calm and stating that counting was still ongoing. Is that right?
Yes, she did that when she went outside to meet them. When the media came interviewing her personally, that is when she declared herself that she is a winner. But before we interviewed her, she has spoken in a gut language to the supporters that they should calm down. She has won already. She just waiting for them to declare. But they have not even counted the results. I don't know the assurance. And as time goes on, she just go out to speak to them in the gut language by calming them down and telling them that we are on course, we are on course, we are on course, giving them the assurance that the NDC has won the seat.
Does that mean that a certain declaration was being made or was about to be made before the presumed supporters stormed this premises?
They were almost through. They were almost through with the counting. They were almost through with the counting because when they started, they had not connected it to a microphone for it to be loud for the public to hear the results. So it was very cool. But as the time they connected it for everybody to know that, oh, we are still counting, that is when they were not happy about the results they were hearing. That is when they invaded in the sector that they will not agree to what the EC is declaring. So
how many times have these ballot papers been counted for this constituency? It's been several hours since polls closed, and even on the day after the polls, we are well into this Sunday afternoon, heading towards the end of the day. How many times do those papers have to be counted and recounted? How many times have these numbers been added and added again?
So apparently they were counting the presidential results, but they realized that they can't trade 20 pin sheets. So they all agreed that they need to contact the polling agents for them, because yesterday, upon the arrival of some of the officials, they didn't allow them entry, saying that it's late them entry. So in the morning, when they realized they needed 20, because it's 280 2020 plus the special voting, so that earlier counted
280 polling stations.
They had counted 262 results for the presidential candidate. Do you understand? So they had not even counted the parliamentary results. They just started counting, and they were half through. Just when they were half through was when the supporters invaded in the center.
How secure are the papers being used for this collation exercise following this break-in?
Please come again.
How secured are the documents being used to perform the collation exercise following the interruption by the group?
So all the pin sheets were saved. They were in a safe place because they said we were moving to a different place for count. They kept them in a bag. But upon their hearing us that we were using the back door of the church, they were guarded, surrounded the place, not allowing us to move out. And because of our safety, the security told us not to move out. So it was safe, and both parties knew that these are not counted yet. But they had not even counted the parliamentary at all. They had not even counted for it. We were waiting to finish with the presidential before we come to parliamentary. So they had not even counted, recounted again. It was the first time they were counted at the center. That is when they also came inside, expressing their displeasure that they are not supporting the results, because they know that they won at the polling station. So they are not supporting what they are saying. But what they are having was the right pin sheet, and those political parties know that they were the right pin sheet. But I am saying that if they had not connected it to a microphone for it to be announced, it was so peaceful. It was so peaceful, and we have to announce the result until they came in expressing their displeasure on these whole results.
Right, Doreen, do you have any questions for Anacha?
Well, I'm just wondering why, if it was the first time of counting, why would the candidates go out to assure people that they have won?
The ballot boxes, I doubt, are opened at the collation center. What is done is that the pink sheets, which we've come to call them, are added up, and then all the candidates agree that the right figures have been entered, and the figure arrived at in the end is correct.
Do we know if that agreement was really reached at the collation center?
Well, HR is still in a safe space. HR, you're telling us you can't really tell us where she is.
I also want to find out for the 20 pink sheets that were missing.
Were they for the parliamentary or the presidential?
Were they for the one parliamentary or presidential? Have we found out from the people where those missing pink sheets are? Who is keeping these pink sheets?
So apparently, as I said early on, they didn't allow some of the EC officials to enter to report their documentation. They didn't allow them in because they said that it was late. And per the information we are hearing, when they count at the polling station, you need to go send your voting materials at Kwashiman. So from Kwashiman, then you move to the collation center. So it delayed a lot of EC officials coming in early. So that is when the ND supporters said they're not going to allow anybody entry. The police tried to speak with them. They said no. So upon counting to stage 2, they realized that they needed 20 more to be added to it to be exactly 280. So they said that, okay, yesterday they denied you from entering. So what do? They all came together by saying that, so we all have our pin sheets. You also have your pin sheets. Let's bring them together. Those who are not having, because they earlier destroyed some, tore some already. So then let's call the polling agents to find out if they scanned, they should just resend them again. So at a point, they realized that, okay, let's hold on to the presidential results and just concentrate on the parliamentary results. So they have not even counted the parliamentary, and they are recounting, as I said earlier. They were counting for the first time. And they realized that, oh, these numbers are not supporting a particular party. So they have to just do whatever they will do to cause tension.
HR, thank you for those details. Keep safe out there. HR has had an eventful 2 elections. In the last election, she had quite a story to tell in this one as well. Keep safe. And like we say, at all times, safety first. We'll get some more details when the situation is much calmer from the Ablekuma North constituency. We have a statement from the spokesperson of the former president, Madam Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, who is saying in this statement that the former president will address the country after his official declaration as winner of the 2024 presidential election by the Electoral Commission. And the statement recalled Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the NPP presidential candidate's earlier call today to the former president conceding the election to Mr. Mahama. And the statement ends by expressing His Excellency Mr. Mahama's appreciation on behalf of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, to the good people of Ghana for what the statement calls the emphatic endorsement of his call for change to reset the economy and build the Ghana we want. That's a statement from the desk of Madam Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, who is spokesperson for former President John Mahama. We also saw a statement.
A flyer from the Electoral Commission saying that they would be declaring the results soon. On the flyer, it stated the time was going to be 3:45 p.m. As of now, it's 3:56, 4 minutes to 4. But don't go anywhere. We are waiting for our correspondents at the Electoral Commission to alert us. Some minutes ago, we took you to the Electoral Commission's office. That's the National Coalition Center, where the parties were seated, signing on to the document to accept the results. So we're just waiting to get a signal from our correspondent at the National Coalition Center, which will tell us whether or not the EC is ready to go ahead with the declaration. We're waiting for that, and then we'll take you to the National Coalition Center for more. But Thelma, this whole issue of pink sheets, not allowing people to bring in their pink sheets, I find the whole thing a bit confusing, because I mean, in previous elections that I have covered, I've not seen an instance where someone is not allowed to bring in their pink sheets because they're late.
If HR is saying that you have to take your polling station materials somewhere and then bring the pink sheets to another, why not just take everything to one place? So that you have, if it's a desk where you submit the pens and pencils and the sharpeners and the erasers, and then there's another desk where you go and submit the pink sheets in the same location. It saves time instead of having some people, move across, locations
for the
across the constituency
of the ballots.
And will they be carrying the pink sheets around, knowing how crucial a document it is to calling that election? 20 of those missing, are they in the pockets of the EC officials? Have the teaming supporters somehow laid hands on some of these materials and destroyed them? All questions that need to be answered. And it's accounting for a lot of the delays that we've seen in the declaration of the results from many of the polling stations, from many of the coalition centers for the constituencies. And we'll be keeping a keen eye on developments across the country. Lots are popping up on our screens as our correspondents get the green light to declare or make the numbers available as certified results. And we'll bring you some more details in this running coverage of Decision 2024 right here on GBC News and GTV. Doreen and I will take a break. When we return, the coverage continues.
Please stay.
Welcome back to GBC News and GTV. We're still waiting for the Electoral Commission chairperson to make that final declaration as the national returning officer for the presidential election, which happened across the country yesterday. Today, eventful scenes as the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, took to the podium to concede after several outlets and several provisional results called the election in favor of the opposition, former President John Dramani Mahama. And we have been doing this since the polls opened, even before. And Doreen and I have been joined by two of our gentlemen. We're laying a table of men at the screen, and they will be taking over from us pretty shortly. You've monitored what we've been doing so far and a few times.
You're far too kind. That's what he says.
Why?
I don't know why.
You call us gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, but
are you not gentlemen?
We are. I'm just trying to
it's how
you're
Maurice
not sure of yourself.
It's Maurice stand for me. Guys, what do you have for us? What can we look forward to? We know the EC is expected to make the call, but when someone says D for Dabeng.
So we hear very soon.
How soon?
We are waiting. All that is left now is for the Electoral Commission to declare the results. And then this whole process comes to an end. And then you and I can go home to catch some sleep.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for the Electoral Commission to come and declare the results. And then, life will continue.
Because the early understanding is that she was going to do that around 3:45.
3:45, but it's past 4 now.
It's
almost
4 p.m.
It's 20 minutes after that stated time.
All right. So hopefully, let's hope that anytime soon, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission will just come over to announce the final results and the president-elect, and then we can actually see the way forward for all of us. But before that, we'll be engaging our viewers and, of course, talking about some of the things happening around. I understand that there are some people out there that are just don't want to sit down. They're just running around.
Tenterhooks.
You heard the chairman of the NDC saying that he said the Peace Council called him to call the youth to order. He said that, well, the last time he did that, the party lost.
There was surprises, irregularities.
How are they going to lose when the person has considered? That's what I don't understand.
Well,
perhaps there's a legal perspective to this. Is it possible? So hypothetically, guys, could the EC make another call after a candidate has conceded? Perhaps we need a legal brain to give us an understanding of what would happen.
I'm glad you said hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
A very difficult situation, especially when he was flanked by top, executives of his party, campaign team members. That's evident.
Who looked very downcast, by the way.
Everyone accepts
Of
and
course,
agrees.
accepted the results.
And the fact that the NDC national chairman is wearing his, election declaration batakari.
And they have the results. And they are saying that if you look at the figures, and even Dr. Bawumia himself is saying the win is impressive.
Impressive.
And
Decisive.
even decisive. And even if they added the rest of the results yet to be collated, it wasn't going to make
Any difference.
But I get your point. It's it can happen.
Because
That's almost a near impossibility in this particular scenario.
it's hypothetical. It's hypothetical.
So we'll wait for the Electoral Commission, but we're just engaging you and also going through some events happening across the country. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
I've been sending this message to
you. Do I take this or? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Are you sure? It's okay? All right. So, are you guys ready? Should I go? Is it okay? Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Yeah.
right, welcome back, and as a continuation of our coverage of the 2024 election, and already we are into day 2, and we are gradually about ending the day. It's 22 minutes past 4 is the time. Morris is here with me, Kafu is also here with me, and all awaiting the Electoral Commission's final declaration as to who is the president-elect. And that's what exactly we are waiting for. Of course, there have been lots of conversation going on concerning how long it's taking the Electoral Commission to make that announcement. Kodeyo, who is one of the stakeholders in this entire process, is saying that we need to have patience for the Commission so that the Commission will fully come out with that declaration. Boris, on the declaration and all that, how long should we wait, actually? You don't work with the Commission, but I guess I understand.
Of course,
that.
I mean, until the Commission is ready. We're going to be waiting for them to come and do what they are supposed to do. But, I mean, they should just, come out and declare the results so that this whole process, comes to an end. But whilst we wait, George, this man, Musa Dankwa, should be the man of the moment. His predictions prior to this particular election,
spot on.
very much spot on, comparatively to the other polls that came. He was very much emphatic that the NDC was going to win 150 seats, plus some other seats that were going to, contest between the MPP and the NDC. He said John Dramani Mahama was going to get 51% and above of the total valid cast by close of day. And a lot of what he said really has come to pass. I mean, when I was having a conversation with him a week ago, some of the things that he said were not really, making sense to me at the time. He said Dome Kwabena was going to fall for the NDC. He said the NDC was going to win the Western region. He said the NDC was going to win all the swing regions. And at the time, if you look at how the campaign was going, the dynamics, it appeared almost impossible. But this is where we are. He said that history was not going to play a role in this particular election. And indeed, the trends from 1992 did not play out. As I said, after every 8 years in Ghana, we've had a runoff. But in this particular election, all the polls didn't suggest we were going to have any runoff, if you look at all the polls. And so he's done so much well for himself, for Global Info Analytics, and the credibility of that particular company and himself should be soaring through the roofs. Now,
let me pick up his thoughts on the, should I say, the EC's declaration, whether it's delayed or just within the same time that the Electoral Commission gave.
So I don't understand why they haven't even come up with one region or two. It's almost 24 hours since the polls closed. Come on, man. Why? Yeah, all the political parties have all their numbers down. They know where they are. The Vice President Baumia has conceded defeat as early as, but what, 8 something this morning? So what again?
They give 72 hours.
No, but that doesn't mean you should wait to 71 hours and 59 minutes and then come and declare,
They give 72 hours.
Get it done.
Maybe they are just working with that time frame that they gave.
Can you imagine if the concession hadn't been done? Where it would have been?
A lot of anxiety.
Take the hoax. People getting agitated, massing up at polling stations. So that has been avoided. Let's just get the stuff out. Just adding, man.
I know.
I was even saying that even at the regional level, the officials can do the coalition at the regional level, not bringing the figures to the headquarters. At the regional level, you can do the consolidation, and then we move on from there.
Why can't they just type numbers and send through? You know how much is there. Agree, everybody.
This is the number that we have. Let's just go.
The EC wants to follow the due process. So fax the results from the regional
era of digitalization,
from the regional centers to the headquarters.
In an era of digitalization, we're still faxing. Come on.
Well, anything can happen when the figure is actually being transferred.
Well,
unlike the fax.
The fax machine can break down. You remember there was a famous Premier League transfer where the fax machine, something happened with the fax machine, and the deal didn't go through.
Bakafu, you were at the residence.
So I went to the Ringway Assemblies of God Church. We were going to catch President Mahama at church. He didn't come to service, but his wife, Mrs. Lodina Mahama, and his sons were in church. So we met up with them. We wanted to, of course, we asked for the interview, and they all declined, saying they would want Mr. Muhammad to speak first before they speak. So
and Mr. Muhammad is waiting for the EC
to speak before he speaks. So you see that the chain.
And the EC is also waiting for the results from the regional.
And Ghanaians are waiting for the results that the EC is waiting for before Mr. Muhammad will speak, and then his wife and his children will speak. So from there we went to his office in Cantonment, and they are setting the place up for him to speak, and he will only speak. Guess what? When the EC speaks. Yeah, so that's where we are.
Okay, all right.
I remember those pictures in 2020 when he lost the elections. The expression on his face. That's going to change this time around.
I spoke to one of his advisors who said, listen, this election is not just for Ghana, it's for Africa. And he was really, full of good words for him and saying that it was an opportunity for President Muhammad to do something big beyond just Ghana, So I spoke to his pastor, who was obviously very excited and happy because the church was a joyous place to be this morning at Ringway.
Okay, just a quick one. Police have arrested 12 people for looting and damaging property in some parts of the country. Let's move to the National Election Security Task Force for this particular story there.
Looting and causing damage to properties in some parts of the country. Preliminary investigations have established that the suspect attacked and caused damage to some state properties, including the setting ablaze of the Electoral Commission office in Damango in the Savannah region, causing damage to some residences of district chief executives in some parts of the country, and vandalizing some collation centers. Additionally, some of these suspects broke into the school feeding project warehouse in Tamale and made away with some items, including foodstuffs. Footages of the attacks, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by a team of investigators to get the perpetrators arrested to face justice. We urge the general public to remain calm as police officers have been deployed to key locations with intensified patrols to maintain law and order. Thank you very much for your attention.
Coming from the Election Security Task Force announcing that 12 people have actually been arrested for looting and damaging property in some parts of the country. Isn't it that worrying? Because I heard there's this EC office in Damango that was set ablaze. The Ghana National Fire Service, I'm told that they've been out there to just put off the fire, plus other happenings around the country too, because we're all waiting for exactly what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean, law and order has to be swift. You have to arrest people who do the wrong things. But then in Ghana, we've seen it. The politicians have misbehaved, and nobody's arrested them. Yeah. So there's this culture of impunity. The big man did it. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to her. Small man, why are you coming after me? So we just have to be consistent, and deal with people very impartially. And once we see that big people can be hauled before the law courts and dealt with, then the small people also fall in line. So these are all self-created, self-inflicted wounds.
But I think we have to commend the Ghana Police Service. They've done a very good job in terms of updating us on happenings in this particular election. Timely information release. I guess they are talking concerning the case in Tamale. Not too long ago, Mutalaisa, our Northern Regional Correspondent, was telling us that there are some youth who have, ransacked the metro warehouse, the Tamale metro warehouse, and they are doing away with some items in that particular building because they feel power has changed hands and they can take the opportunity to do whatever they want. So for me, it's swift on the part of the Ghana Police Service that they've been able to make some arrests. 12 people have been arrested in connection to that particular story. That should be bringing some form of discipline around that area. So let's commend the Ghana Police Service.
They also need to explain to us why we had military presence in some of the voting centers, contrary to the earlier information provided, that we're not going to have the military at these voting centers unless there's anything that really needs their presence to be there.
But I've always said,
we've seen videos,
if you read that statement from the Ghana Armed Forces, they said they are on standby. So as and when the Ghana Police Service needs them, I mean, they'll call for a backup. So certainly, I mean, if you see military, yes, it can be someone taking advantage of the situation. But then the explanation also is that as and when the Ghana Police Service needs them, they call them into the picture.
All right. So these are pictures from the Electoral Commission. And the chairperson of the commission is about to take her seat together with the other members of the commission. I'm sure this is a big moment we're all waiting for.
Sure.
So there you have it on your screen. Pictures at the head office of the Electoral Commission. You have the chairperson of the commission, Jane Mensah, together with other members of the commission. They're just taking their seats now, and shortly we'll fully move over to the conference room of the Electoral Commission.
So that's the dome.
That's the dome, rather.
No, there's a dome they've erected at the Electoral Commission. The last time, I think in 2020, they did a declaration at the Accra International
Conference Center. Okay. So let's just move over to the Electoral Commission now. Okay.
To present a press conference, the chair will address the nation. But before we start, I would like to say a short word of prayer. Shall we be on our feet? Our Lord, our God, the giver of life, we thank you, we bless you, Father, for this day. We ask that, Lord, O God, may you take us through this prayer. Thus we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Before I cede the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I would like to say and state that questions will not be invited at the end of this press conference. Madam Chair, please, the media, international and local observers, and agents of the candidates. Thank you, Madam.
Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, our leaders of the political parties and their agents here present, our international and local observer missions, citizens of Ghana, our media partners. A good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to the National Collation Center at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. This afternoon, my mission here is very simple. It is to update you on the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December, 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission has put in place a robust mechanism to receive the results from the Regional Collation Center. By convention, we have been able to declare results within 72 hours after the close of polls. The Commission, however, broke that record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the collation center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these, and a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these, and they are giving copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission, and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step. And the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The Commission is going to intend and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours. But we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the Commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we would look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness. And we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice. As President of the Republic of Ghana, that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, international and domestic observers. I'd like to thank the agents of the candidates and political parties present. Here comes the end of the press conference. We'll call you when there need be for us to call you for a press conference. Thank you very much.
right, welcome back. And that was the Electoral Commission and the press conference there addressed by the chairperson of the commission. It looks like we have to wait a bit longer for the final declaration because according to the Electoral Commission, it's only one result that they have. I think that's their half-full. We are left with 15 more to go. So you can imagine what's going to happen. And the commission actually gave itself 72 hours. It looks like that's what you're working with. So, Kafui, we have to wait a bit longer then.
Yeah, I remember somebody saying that, oh, by Sunday everything will be over. And I was like, really? Okay, it's Sunday now.
But it's interesting, Maurice and Kafui. The media, almost, we have everything.
Yeah.
The major stakeholders, those are the political parties, they have the data. Others also have, other observers also have the data.
Newspapers, media houses.
So how come the commission is still yet to receive?
No, the commission has the data, but the data is stuck at the regional coalition centers. And per their structure, the data must travel from the polling centers through the constituency, the regional offices, and then it comes to the headquarters. So they have the results, just that they've not been able to put it together at the national level.
So you have to fax them sheet by sheet, is that it?
Yes, they have to move from the national the regional coalition centers to the national headquarters.
Physically?
No, I think they fax it.
Yeah. So what's wrong with the fax machine?
And then the Electoral Commission, the chairperson will have to come and do the declaration. But as you said, if we've done more than how many hours since polls?
It's almost 24 hours. 24 hours. Yeah. 6 minutes to 24 hours.
And then we've had only one region. So you can imagine how long it's going to take for us to get the rest of the 15 regions.
There's the difference between being effective and being efficient.
And it says you
can be effective, though, but I mean, if you put in this whole process, is that you being efficient? That's another issue. Yes, you can be very much effective.
Before then, results were collated at the constituency levels and then transmitted directly to the strong room then.
But now
she and her team introduced the regional structure, which I think is kind of affecting.
So now you need 16. Every regions, all the constituencies under one region must be ready. And then you transmit as a region. But Ghana is administratively 16 regions. But for parliament, we don't deal with regions. We deal with constituencies.
Yes.
Yeah. So constituency level, they do the parliamentary results. So they declare the parliamentary results at the constituency level. But the presidential results must travel through the regional arrangements. Yeah.
And how efficient what is that going to be compared to the previous process that they had in place? Because every process you introduce should make the entire chain efficient. But if you've introduced a process that is not making the chain efficient, then you ask yourself how that process is really going to help.
The issue was thinking that it helps reduce the burden those days at the strong room. So once at the regional level, everything is put together, it's prepared, it's brought to the national headquarters. So it reduces the burden and all the stress that they used to go through in the strong room, the former strong room that they used to have.
Again, it's supposed to reduce that whole
effort, time, all that stuff.
Yes, and make it that efficient. So if you introduce a process like that, and it's not making it efficient, I mean, then you ask yourself, why introduce that process?
Do people still make fax machines this day and age?
I guess so.
When was the last time you saw a fax machine? Man?
It's been long. I mean, even here at GBC, we have some fax machines.
Do they work?
Obsolete. No, they don't. We used to do fax.
We are scanning now, man. We are scanning. Yeah. We are sending links. Fax machine?
So she was also complaining that some party faithful have besieged some of their offices where the regional coalition centers. Reason why they are not able to put the figures together. But I think that's it's not widespread. It's not widespread.
She should even be thankful to Dr. Baumia for conceding.
Yeah,
because if he hadn't conceded, you can imagine what will be happening now.
Yeah.
There'll be more people asking what's going on.
What's going on? It's because even the people at those constituency coalition center, has that actually denied the other stakeholders from getting the results? You know, that's the thing, you know.
Oh, it was a Chinese in Ghana. You didn't want to read that message.
Someone says he needs an answer.
An answer to what?
Oh, just GBC, please. I need an answer.
Go back.
Just come down.
Okay.
Come down.
Okay.
Yes.
Sending us pictures.
Okay. Yes, I think that's it.
Please tell us the good news.
I think the picture.
Who won?
Please tell us the good news.
Who won?
Yes.
Mama, or because we all know that.
Yeah, Mr. Baumia conceded. Dr. Baumia conceded.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we all know what the state of play is.
This was at 1:30 a.m.
Okay. All right. He was quite agitated.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to later picture numbers. Go to the top.
So
yes, the very top will have the latest ones.
I understand that we have Musa Danko on the line, Global Info Analytics. Let's talk to him on the line. Let's quickly go to the telephone lines and talk to Musa Danko, who's joined us on the line. Musa Danko, good evening to you.
Good evening.
I hope you're well.
By His grace, we're doing well.
All right, you're going to have a conversation with three gentlemen in the studio, George, Morris, and Kafui.
Okay.
All right. And thank you very much for joining us. Let me first get your initial thoughts about the entire process so far, which is it's been 24 hours after.
I think overall it's gone well, with the exception of few skirmishes which have caused some fatalities, unfortunately. And when you look at the start of the process, it was smooth generally across the country, with the exception of few areas where material delayed a bit, but in the end, they were all able to resolve the issues and voted. After the declaration of results, we saw some skirmishes, but I think by and large, it went well. But we could have done better so that the killings of or that the deaths that we recorded over the period.
Okay, and then we also know that you actually came up with a lot of these works that you've done, your projection and your prediction for what to expect. Looking at the figures that is making rounds now in the media and the figures that you have, can we say that it actually corresponds?
Yeah, I don't know what figures you have in the media. If you can mention what you are seeing right now.
Right, so the Electoral Commission is yet to declare the results, actually. The NDC has been giving us a few parliamentary. They said they had 188 of the parliamentary seats. We know that...
Parliamentary.
No, we know that yourself, you had told us that you're going to be doing the collation of the results yourself. You're going to be monitoring the situation. So based on what you're monitoring, we want to know whether the figures fall within the predictions that you made. You know you had the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. Does the figures fall within any of these scenarios?
Now, the base case scenarios and other scenarios were meant for the presidential race.
Sure.
But we did actually release total number of seats that we expect the parties to win at a time, and those we don't think we know the answers to because we think they were too close to call. So we had about 150 seats for the NCC, and then 100 for the MPP. Then we had one as independent and another 25 as total. But from what we are hearing in terms of the NDC, it appears it was a lot more. Even if you assume that they have won all the too close to call contests, which is 25, adding 25 to 150, that gives you 175. It means that there were seats we thought MPP was going to call those, but they actually lost them. And those would have brought MPP numbers down by further 15 if what we are hearing is what is being projected by NDC. So it means NDC overperformed our expectations, whereas MPP underperformed. Typically, the seats that we didn't expect them to lose and they lost them, including Yendi. Then you look at Sekendi, Mesa. Then you look at Okainku Central, which is, I think, there's a bit of a piece, but I think Okainku Central may have won. So there were some seats that we never thought MP was going to lose them, but he lost them. So those accounted for the difference between our projections and what is currently being projected.
So as Global Info Analytics, you've not collated the results on your own so far?
No, we didn't collect results.
Okay.
We didn't collect. What we did exit poll. We spoke to people who have voted on the day to understand the issues that they took into account before they voted. What were their top issues out of many? Number one issue that drove their voting intentions. And we did ask them about when they decided they are buying for, when they decided who to vote for. We also did ask them about inducement, whether they've seen parties inducing people with money, and if they themselves have personally benefited or received any inducement, and which parties offered those inducements. So we had those responses from our exit poll, which we'll be sharing them subsequently. But we did not do actual tallying of votes.
All right. And the voter turnout, does it also fall within the projections that you made? We've seen a lot of apathy across country. Did the voter turnout affect your expectations of the results, both for the MPP and the NDC?
Yes, in terms of the actual consumer votes, look at the model we developed based on which we did our projection. We're expecting Mahama to get around 7.7 million votes because we were expecting a turnout around 78%, 77%. And then Bawumia to be around 6.6 million. Now, if you bring the turnout down to what we saw recently, and that is what is giving Mahama around 6 or 6.7 million votes compared to 7.17 million. But the gap between Mahama and Bawumia largely is consistent with what we had in the projection.
Musa, Kafui here. So I want to know about the floating voters or the voters who don't say much when you ask them questions about how they want to vote. What was their impact in this election?
It was massive. Among those who said they were floating voters, 58% went for Mahama, 31% for Nanado, and for Mahmoud Bawumia. So you could see the gap between the floating voters for Mahama and that of Bawumia. And I think they made a lot of difference. I also believe that most of those who said they were undecided, they were floating voters. And when they were decided, I think they decided heavily in favor of Mahama. That is why I think this number became landslide eventually.
Are they also called the silent majority? The people who don't say much and then they go and act on the day?
Yes, I think so, yes. If you upset them, I think you see their impact on the day.
What issues triggered them, these floating voters?
You know, some of them were saying they weren't going to vote initially. Some were undecided. But if you look at the monetization of the campaign towards the end, I think it put off a lot of voting. And they may have been galvanized vote based on monetization of the campaign. And mind you, 56% of the respondents said they have seen inducement or kind of received some inducement from political parties. In fact, 56 plus 22 plus 16 also backed off. Nearly 90%. So many.
In your analysis, you were talking about the swing areas and you mentioned them, Greater Accra, West and Central. Does it appear that a lot of Ghana just swung?
In fact, the whole country got swung.
Ghana became a swing nation. Not a swing region, a swing nation.
The whole country became a swing nation. Because, the expectation was of many were that Northern region would be heavily contested and that the results would be very close. It wasn't close. And then if you look at the Western region, Greater Accra and Central, Mahama, in the according to the exit poll, was leading nearly 60%.
Oh, wow.
And that is huge. Normally, you expect context in the swing region, where the gap is narrow. But consistently, we've seen that Accra, Central, West region put together, they give Mahama a higher percentage. This has been the case in all the polls we've done for the past 2 years, which means that Mahama was doing averagely better in the swing region than the national average. Which for me was a red flag for Mahmoud Bawumia.
Right. Just finally, okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Those were the kinds of landslides that we saw now.
Finally, this rush of commissioning of projects that happened like a month before the election, they didn't work, did they? I mean, they didn't really affect people's decisions, did they?
It rather cost them. It became negative effect. People were losing votes because they felt the government had taken them for a ride. You wait until 1 month or 2 months before election and you rush and do the commission thing. Indeed, polls we have done, we have asked voters several times that, would you vote for a government if few weeks or 3 months before the election they embark on developmental projects? Over 80% said no. They won't encourage them to vote for the government. So I thought government would let it. Obviously,
they didn't.
So
they didn't.
Right. So what will you say contributed to the landslide victory of the NDC? And if you flip the coin, the loss of the MPP, what were the factors? Was it the campaign style? Was it the message? What exactly did the magic?
There were a number of reasons. One, the economy issue, the cost of living crisis. It has affected everybody, urban, peri-urban, and rural. And then you have number two, the campaign of Bawumia was aligned with Ghanaian priorities.
It was what?
Misaligned.
Misaligned.
Okay.
When you speak to voters, their priority is economy, jobs, and education. So you expect the campaign to devote its time and resources in that order. Because if you have 10 million people who are concerned about jobs, economy, and education, and let's say 7 million are concerned about economy, 1.5 million are concerned about education, another 1.5 are concerned about jobs. It means that when you are aligning resources and trying to tackle voters' concerns, you must put 70% of your time on the economy.
But we saw the numbers at the various campaign, the rallies of the MPP.
Look, crowd at rallies does not determine the outcome of
elections. Yeah.
We know in this country we bust people to create the crowd effect, the wow effect. And this has been the tradition and the practice of the political parties for years. They haven't stopped it. And we've seen people being induced to attend rallies.
All right, so certainly there are lessons to be learned from the fallout of this particular election. For both political parties, what do you think are the main lessons they should learn moving into the next election?
I think targeting the campaign message effectively is key. And then making sure that you prioritize the needs of the people and assign resources accordingly. You realize that DMB spent a lot of resources and advertising on free education.
Yeah.
But when you ask people if you were to choose one item, one issue that would drive you to the polls and vote, what item would that be? Number one was the economy. Number two, the same manifestos of the parties. And then number three, they mentioned jobs. And then number four was education. So see where education is.
Okay. But Mr. Dankwa, on the free education that Dr. Bawumia spent a lot of time campaigning on, if you look at 2020, the current president did same, but that didn't go well for them because they lost a lot of votes in 2020, campaigning a lot with free senior high school. It is obvious that no lesson was learned from them coming from the NPP?
No, you see, naturally, they felt that their only trump card they have is education. And then the weakest link they have in the campaign is on jobs and on the economy. So they felt it was much easier to pivot on education than to pivot on economy and jobs. And that's the reason why they were doing that. But they probably forgot to understand that you cannot use one policy to win 3 elections. At a point, there will be saturation.
Yeah.
And that saturation, I believe, was in 2020 when the free education was really kind of impacted the election. Beyond that, unless there's a threat that somebody will come and cancel it, it will not be seen to be very, very necessary for people to use education alone to vote. And indeed, there were those who were education vote, but it is a two-edged sword. There are those who want the policy is involved, they're happy with it, and they want to reward MPP for it. And there are those who are not happy that it's not working well, and those ones will be punished the government.
All right. Do you think the NDC executed a very effective campaign, looking at their messaging style and the way they told the story to the voters? You think that the NDC had the right campaign strategy, right communication strategy in this particular election? Reason why they've won, or it's more?
I would say they had a focused message that was addressing the priority of voters. Whether the people understood it or not, the 24-hour economy was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It sounded like economy solution and at the same time jobs. And the top 2 issues that were bothering voters were economy and jobs. Somehow they were able to capture the 2 in 1. As to whether people understood what it is, that is a different matter. And indeed, voters, they just want to believe that you can do it. As what it means, sometimes they don't really care.
Okay, so still on the free senior high school, you know, there was the other side of the campaign that the NDC will cancel the free senior high school if voted for, and that was a strong campaign put across by the NPP. Did that message actually work, looking at the number of votes that both sides either got or lost?
No. I think NDC to have a counter message to counter that, to refute that allegation. And I think they learned the lessons that they didn't learn in 2020, when the fear of cancellation really became a big issue for voters. This time around, I think they were able to quickly counter that, and people knew that it was just a campaign rhetoric. It wasn't something Mahama would do. After all, he was saying that he was going to expand the free in the high school to increase private sector. So how can somebody who wants to expand that to increase private sector at the same time wants to cancel it? So there was a bit of untruthfulness in the campaign, and people saw that meeting the line.
Okay. I don't know, Kafi, if you have something.
No.
Right. But just a quick one before we can go. You said that you were surprised about some outcomes, Yendi, Sekendi, I think Okaikwe Central. But are you also surprised about that of Ayawaso Central, where Henry Kote, that's Interior Minister?
No. Everything else that happened in Dakar, we saw it coming, but 6 months ago.
Okay. Including Dom Kwamia.
Oh, yes. In that one was even a year ago.
You know, that when you came out with that prediction, a lot of people had doubts there because, I mean, that's a very strong hold of the MPP. And as to whether that can actually flip was a difficulty. What did you actually see that most people did not actually notice within that particular constituency, per your projection?
First and foremost, sometimes we feel 24,000 margin is huge, unsurmountable. But to lose a seat like the Lukoff, all you need to do is divide the 24,000 by 2. If you divide the 24,000 by 2, you will see the swing. What you see is called a swing. So if 12,000 people swing to the other side, you will lose the seat, not 24,000. That's the first mistake they do, our politicians, and our research or posters. So they make you feel that you are invisible, meanwhile you are exposed. And then secondly, the demographic changes that is happening in Domi Kwabena, it's happening in the NDC stronghold, the constituency. People are settling in the Abokobi, Aboman, Teman, Ablaje area because those places are being built. Whereas in the NPP stronghold, there's no further development happening there. So it's a population group that has kind of stunted. So you see natural growth of 3% in the MPP areas. But in the NDC areas, there's natural growth plus additional demographic growth. So that side was instantly with the population, but the other side is not. You have a candidate who unseated Adotam. And in the MPP stronghold, the church of Asafu Church is very strong and very powerful in the type of North and type of South.
Wow.
The question is, those voting for Asafu type of North and South, were they loyal to MPP or loyal to Adotam? And if Safu was not in the race, would there be that kind of enthusiasm to vote for MPP's candidate? And I think it manifested in this election that he was not loyal to MPP, but for Joseph.
All right, so I live in the Domi Kwabena constituency, so I'm beginning to understand the picture. It just shows how detailed your work is, how you really understand the constituency. For Global Info Analytics, what should we be expecting from you after this particular election?
You know, we are a market research company. We do so many things, market research, consumer research, customer satisfaction survey. But in terms of our CSR project that we've been doing now, we will take a few months break until June. And in June, July, we will start the tracking poll again. But this will be devoid of politics. We will begin to measure perception of people with regard to the direction of the country. We will measure the performance of the president. We will measure the performance of the government. We will do standard of living of voting, whether it's improving or it's not improving. We will do perception of corruption. Those will be the standard questions we'll be asking constantly every 90 days or every 6 months until we go into another election cycle. So that is the plan for Global Info going forward with regard to polling.
All right, Musa, just before you go, this is Kafui. Maybe a last question. So in Ghana, when you put out a poll, a lot of people associate you with either Party A or Party B, depending on how the poll goes. Now, I'm wondering, assuming that you are linked with Party A because of your poll, do you have people from Party B coming to you to ask for you to do data research on what they need to do to prosecute their campaigns? My brief question is, are politicians interested in data to guide the decisions they make with respect to their campaigns? And do you have people from opposite sides coming to speak to you to say, hey, listen, I want you to help me with data for my campaign?
Absolutely. We have done polling for the two main parties. Individuals in the two main parties. Some were PCs, some were even ministers.
Oh.
So now we don't discuss those in public.
Anyway.
But indeed, yes, we get those from both parties to do survey for them in certain areas to see what is going on.
Oh, so you've even done polls for the MPP?
individuals within the NPP.
Individuals within the NPP?
Yes, not the party as an institution.
Okay. And for the NDC, is it as a party or individuals too?
Individuals.
Individuals. Okay. I mean, so far since you started with your predictions and the research you have to come across with, I mean, we've seen that success rate there and how you're mostly spot on. I'm not going to hit a rock with this too. I'm going to try as much as possible to squeeze some water out of the rock. What's your secret at the Global Info Analytics that most of your works actually come out to be spot on?
It comes to the sampling and methodology and approach. You know, doing social science research isn't the same as doing political opinion polls because of social and cultural issues. And how we even say that my vote is my secret, remember?
Yeah.
So the way you ask the question and where you place the questions in terms of political opinion polls is very, very important. And whether you put the demographic question at the beginning or at the end makes a lot more difference to what you are doing. Having understood our people culturally, we never put demographic questions at the beginning of any survey. Or when you look at social research, they start with demographic questions. Gender, age, this and that and that. They consider those things sensitive when it comes to political, especially your ethnicity and your political party affiliation. Once you start with those questions, there is people who say, oh, if you are an account, then you must vote for MP. If you are an ever, then it means you must be an NDC supporter. So once you ask them to disclose that in the beginning, it tends to affect the response they give to you subsequently. But if you put them at the end, they would have spoken to you about his mind before you ask them those questions. But then there's no chance to go back and alter his answers. So those are things you need to know when you are doing political opinion polls. And the sampling technique you use in social research is not suitable for political opinion polls. So those are the things that we do very well, and we do effectively. And also the sampling, how you distinguish the sampling is very, very important.
Okay. And usually with research works, we are told that funding is critical, and who funds your work is also very critical. So in all the works that you have done at Global Info Analytics, what has been your source of funding, or who is funding your activities?
None of our work has been funded by any political organization whatsoever, or any individual. Everything we do for the public, we call it CSR, is our own budget. If ABC decides to do CSR, they don't go and beg money to go and do the CSR. It's from their own revenue sources. They put aside some to do it.
Okay.
Our clients are global companies, and they pay us for what we do for them. And it's from this revenue source we set aside something to do our CSR. Or if we do a private polling work for private MPP and NDC people, they pay us. We can put aside those money to fund our CSR project.
Okay, just on the lighter side, then we can wrap it up. So if I need your services, how much am I supposed to pay for your services?
That depends on the type of survey you want to do.
I want a market survey.
Whether it is a field survey, telephone survey, the sample size. So there are other variables that is used to calculate the cost, but it is all based on variables.
Okay, so just give us a rough margin. I mean, of course, including your profit too. I want a market survey. I want what I can do to have a significant share in the market.
Look, somebody can do 5,000 interviews.
Okay.
Field interview. If you're doing field interview, the cost is much higher than doing telephone interview. Well, we need to build the cost up. If it's the field, how much would it cost to get data, logistics, field officers, what do you call it, the questionnaire design that we have to subscribe to our online portal, we go to host it and then to write the report. So the cost differ. So I don't want to be on air here giving you prices.
But which is expensive? I mean, field or telephone? Which is expensive and effective? Expensive and effective, field or telephone?
Field is expensive. And if you want to do randomized sampling, then the telephone is better. Because telephone, you are able to run a simulation and random selection process with the machine to get a better outcome than in the field. In the field, sometimes the measures you put in place for random sampling fail because of the choices people in the field do. On telephone, they have no choice. They can manipulate the randomness.
Okay, all right, Kaf.
I was almost expecting him to send you a new voice, man. Musa, before you go, I'm just curious. Would you call yourself a pollster?
Well, by de facto, I have become one, but my profession is not a pollster. I'm a finance person.
Okay, but for all intents and purposes, Ghanaians know you as a pollster now. So I'm just curious, do you have an association of pollsters where you and Professor Smart Sapong and Mr. Ben Epson hang around and drink coffee and discuss your predictions? Do you?
No, we don't.
But do you know them? Do you know Professor Smart Sapong and Ben Epson?
I've met Ben Epson once in my life. And Smart Sapong, I've met him, I think, once physically.
Okay. But you not describe them as friends?
No, I don't think we are friends. We are just people in the industry. We are not friends.
Okay. Have you ever had an opportunity to share thoughts with them?
No, but we've had a couple of banter on some programs to see which approach methodology I think is appropriate for what we are doing.
Yeah.
And we have our own disagreement on the best approach.
Because they got their polls wrong and you got yours right. I mean, if you were to meet them on a corner right now, what would be the discussions?
I will ask them to go back and read the methodology.
To go back and read what?
Review the methodology.
All right. I'll ask them the same question when I meet them. I'll talk to them.
All right. But just a quick one. Do you get the opportunity or do you sometimes review the works of some of these posters?
In fact, I do that a lot, but not locally. International posters and their report and how they go about things.
Okay.
And also, you tend to learn lessons from maybe what they have done to overcome some limitations in terms of going around some issues. So you tend to learn a lot. And if you look at what we did in terms of telephone phoning, we adapted it from the US and customized it to fit our environment. And indeed, it's working. And I think if you look at the sample that we used to do our prediction, it was only 2,500 was bang on accuracy.
Okay. All right.
All righty.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Have a good night. I'm sure tomorrow you'll be one of the hottest media guests all around, though.
He's already hot now. I've seen him everywhere.
So have a good day, Dankwa. All right, so that's Musa Dankwa there. Just as Kafui said, he got his prediction right, and projecting a win for the NDC. And he said that he wasn't actually going into a second round, but it was just a one-touch victory for the NDC, giving the NDC majority seats in parliament. He said that we're going to get about 150 seats in parliament, and then the NPP having 100, one independent, and about 25 of them that's not so sure of. But as we speak, according to the NDC and their projections, they've gotten about over
188.
Okay, 188
seats. Right. That's what they say.
Over two-thirds. That will work out to over two-thirds in parliament.
So that's it.
Musa actually said that if the NDC didn't win the election, we should come for his head. So he's safe.
His head is safe. His head is safe, man. No more bravo action.
But listening to the details, he was talking about the Dome Kwabenya constituency. The fact that there is some level of disparity between development in the... So there is the MPP strongholds within the Dome Kwabenya constituency and the NDC stronghold in the Dome Kwabenya constituency. So we have the Taifa, Burkina area, the Hacho area, as the MPP strongholds. So when you go to some of these places, you see the roads coming up, beautifully. So it just tells me how well he understands the grounds and the level of work that he has done. I mean, you go to that Bokobi area, which is also the stronghold of the NDC, and you see they have issues with roads, deplorable roads, even though, some level of work has begun. And I must say that the DRIP initiative is actually helping to improve the roads in the Dome Kwabenya constituency. But then I just understand how well he understands what he has done.
Okay.
Really.
Let me find out this from both of you. I'll start with Cap on this. Did free SHS help the NPP?
Well, yes, to an extent, because you have a lot of people who say, but for free SHS, they will not be sending their children to school. And free SHS is nothing new. I mean, back in the day, years ago, in the 50s and 60s, there was free education, secondary school education. And it has provided an opportunity for people whose parents can't afford to pay school fees to send their children to school, for the children to become something in future. So yes, it did help, but there was a time you would hear the NDC communicators mocking the MPP people say, listen, when we talk about jobs, you say the answer is free SHS. When we talk about this, the answer is free SHS. I think it was trumpeted, probably overly trumpeted, to say that. And I heard things like, let's protect free SHS. You know, it's almost as if I don't know how to explain, but there was too much of an emphasis on it, I think, when, if you look at it carefully, the big issue is jobs, because it's big, and the economy, because people are without the means that they are happy for free SHS, which means the underlying issue is that the economy is not helping people. Yes, so I think if they had focused on the economy, as the data was suggesting, they would have gone far. And as Mr. Musa Dankwa said, the NDC's 24-hour economy, which was mocked, actually had the word economy in it, you know, and also had the idea of jobs in it. In 2 words, 24-hour economy, 3 words, 24-hour economy, and their song from Nasi, basically that was a hook on it.
If you look at the policy itself, it's supposed to help restore the economy and also provide jobs and also improve agriculture. So there's agro-processing.
Exactly. You know, I think what NDC did very well.
Let's hold on with that.
Okay.
But I'll come back with the free SHS. We have Beneficent on the line, and we're also going to talk to him. Uncle Ben, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to our listeners.
And I hope you're well, Uncle Ben.
I'm good. And you?
I'm very well, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, you're going to talk to 3 gentlemen in the studio. Myself, George, there's Kafui, and then there is Morris. So we'll be having questions from all the 3 of us. I'm starting off with your prediction and looking at the outcome of things now. What's your thoughts on things?
Oh, I think that the MPP were let down by their stronghold. Because if you look at the votes Akufo-Addo got in Ashanti region alone, and the votes Bawumia got this year, the difference is 1,420,000 votes. So if Ashanti region had come up by the did for Akufo-Addo, Bawumia would have won. That was the main Achilles heel of the MPP.
Okay. So
for the NDC, I think that they were a bit cohesive in their campaign, and then they really targeted their stronghold, the Volta region, and in areas where the Volta region, there are a lot of Voltarians. That was their target. I'm compiling, I'm doing a book, so I'm analyzing, but I can see that this was the main problem. The stronghold for the MPP did not come out to vote.
Okay, but in your work, were you able to identify that there was going to be some bit of apathy coming from the Ashanti region?
No, you see, Ashanti region, even we had targeted about 1 million votes for Ashanti, not even more than what Akufo-Addo, not more than what Akufo-Addo got. We had targeted about 1 million votes, but I think that one of the things that let down the NDC was in some of the constituencies, there were a bit of infighting, so they wouldn't go and vote for the opposing party. They just stayed at home. So that was what let the NDC down. The NDC, give them credit, they really came out, they really campaigned, and that was what pushed John over the line.
Right, so given the fact that you were predicting victory for Dr. Bawumia in your polls, will you say that you got it wrong?
Oh, yes, I've done 25 years of polling. I've done 7. I've got 2 wrong, and I've got 5 spot on. The other one I didn't get was 2016, and it was because it's difficult to identify apathy. You see, what happens is that when I don't get the polls, I find out what went wrong for me to improve upon whatever I'm doing. In 2016, I realized that there was apathy. The Voltarians did not come out to vote for the NDC, and that was one of the major reasons. And that level of apathy, when you are doing polling, it is very difficult to determine, because in 2016 too, most of the polls in the U.S. got it wrong, and then it was due to apathy. You know, when Hillary Clinton and Obama were contesting for the Democratic slot, Hillary took a lot of pot shots at the blacks. So when she became the candidate, the blacks did not turn out to vote. And it was the same with their polls. It's kind of difficult to determine when people will not come out and vote for you.
All right. Did you say that you were targeting 1 million votes for the MPP in the Ashanti region?
Yes, that was, you see, what we did was, for the strongholds, we're targeting that if the work we did, if Bawumia gets about 1 million votes, but he didn't get that. He didn't even get up 1 million votes in Ashanti.
But if you got 1 million votes in Ashanti region, that still could not put him in the lead. The Ashanti region has some 3 million voters in there, and Dr. Bawumia will need over 1 million in the Ashanti region to vote. Over 75% of the votes in the Ashanti region should put Dr. Bawumia in the lead. So if you do 1 million, certainly those figures should be questioned.
You see, one thing I learned from the 2016 thing I didn't get was that the voter votes were down, but the Voltarians across did not come out to vote. So you can see that the Ashantis, yes, but the Ashantis in the various, I'm doing a book, I've started the book already, and I was waiting for the results. The Ashantis in the various, if you look at the population census, you will see where Voltarians and Ashantis are a lot. You will see that the NPP, since the results came out, the NPP votes have been coming down. See, that is, so these are some of the things that the two strongholds, Voltarians, whatever they are, the vote helps you, the vote affects you.
Okay. So what you're saying, basically, Ghanaians vote along ethnic lines. And if, is that what you're saying?
They vote on ethnic lines.
You also started by saying that people didn't turn out in Ashanti region. What was the reason? Why didn't people turn out?
We are yet to find out, because the results have just come in. And before I put the book to bed in January, we'll go and do results and find out. Because in 2016, one of the reasons that the Voltarians didn't come out to vote was that they felt that the party has not been respecting them. Respecting them meaning giving them positions or giving them political appointments.
Yes, and in that respect, for this year's election, I mean, I read where you said that NDC would not be able to win 2024 without a vice president from the Volta region. But hey, they've won with the vice president from Central.
So you see, if I'm talking about Volta region, not the Volta region votes, I think that if you look at the census, you will have an idea. In certain constituencies where there are a lot of Voltarians, if they come out to vote, it tells the elections in favor of the NDC. If you look at, the Voltarians are a lot. Where there are a lot of Voltarians, it tells. The Voltarians, or like the Ashanti, they won't come out and vote for your opponent. They won't just come out. Apathy, they will just stay stuck. And as you can see, 1,420,000 votes is no small figure of voters. That is basically Ashanti alone.
Okay. Agaba, you talked about the vote difference here. You're comparing that of the current president, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and that of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the Ashanti region. You talked about 1,120,000 vote difference here. Would you say that the personalities actually played a role? The two personalities actually played a role for that difference, for who got more in the Ashanti and who got less in the Ashanti region?
Oh, I think that was a general apathy. We'll be sending a team down next week to spend about 2 weeks. Apart from general Ashanti region, there are some 2 constituencies. I'll mention them on air, but there are some 2 constituencies that the MPP lost. And since yesterday, the reports I'm getting, some of the constituencies, if you look at the population census, you will have an idea about the number of ethnic groups, the strength of the ethnic groups in the various constituencies. And some of the constituencies so far, you can see, maybe the MPP will have to find out what went wrong. Because, for example, Bawumia did the right thing politically by picking the running mate from Ashanti.
Did he pick the best man? Did he pick the best man from Ashanti?
Yes.
But he didn't get the votes from Ashanti. If the person was the best man.
Yes, you see, the point is that a friend who is close to the campaign team, work was done to find out who would give the ticket the best number of votes. And Napo topped.
Okay.
Yes.
But was it then the best decision looking at the outcome now? Was he the best decision?
Pardon?
Looking at the outcome now, you said who's going to give Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia a lot of votes and Napo topped. But looking at the numbers and the figures we have now from the Ashanti region, was that decision settling on him the best?
I think that it's early days yet, but we are looking at constituencies not from Ashanti region, from other places where majority of people are Ashantis. And if the apathy is there, then we need to find out.
Okay, all right. And we keep talking a lot about voter apathy here. But there are reasons for that, too. But so it doesn't just happen in isolation, does it?
No, you see, I mean, these 2 regions, in terms of the NDC, for example, there must be, we're also finding out why, because there must be some other reason why Mahama maintaining the running mate still did better than he did in 2020.
Yes.
See, because Mahama with Nana, certain places they lost, this time they won. So these are some of the things that the book I'll be completing in January will be my 7th book on Ghanaian elections. So that's what I usually do. When we do the polls, we take notes. Aftermath, we do work in the strongholds and where they didn't perform well. Then we do that work. Then we'll put it in the book.
Right. So some of the predictions you made in the NDC national executive context and the MPP national executive contest, and even in the NDC primaries, some of those didn't turn out the way you predicted them. You said John Boydu was going to win the general secretary seat, but that didn't turn out the way you predicted it. A lot of people are beginning to question the credibility of some of the polls that you put out there. Are you worried about that?
I think, with due apologies, I think they are naive. In 2020, I got to spot Akufo-Addo will win first round. And people need to know that doing polls among inner party elections is more difficult than general elections. Because inner party elections, you have to get to the delegates. That is the difficulty with inner party elections. You have to get to the delegates who are qualified to vote. with general elections, you take the population census, and that gives you a breakdown of where a greater percentage of Ewe's, Fantis, Ashantis are. In 2020, I got to spot. I've done, this is my 8th poll. I've missed 2. I've got 6 spot on in 23 years. So I think, humbly speaking, I'm proud of the work I do. And you don't need a license to do polling. People can come and do polling if they wish.
What's the future for you in this industry? Are we expecting you to do more polls? Are you retiring anytime soon?
Oh, I've trained a few people. They will take over. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on, because people don't know polling is stressful. Very tiring, very stressful. And I've got friends in NDC who have privately convinced me that they were expecting a runoff to win. But the margin surprised them. I said, well, this is elections for you.
All right, and any lessons? First of all, have you learned any lessons? And what lessons should the politician or political parties also learn coming to determine the outcome of this particular election?
Oh, I think that one of the things I've learned is that you need to take care of your base. You need to take care of your base. That is your stronghold. You must be more proactive towards them. Because, I mean, as I'm saying, if the Ashanti, even this is only Ashanti region, I'm not talking about constituencies where there are majority of Ashantis. But it goes wrong. This is just Ashanti region. The difference between what Akufo-Addo got and what Bamia got is 1,420,000 votes. And you can't tell me this is small change. It's not small change.
Yeah. Okay. And then, I mean, what about you? Have you learned any lessons at all?
Oh, yes. We've learned a few lessons in the methodology, how to go about it, and when we need to start. So, I mean, we always learn. I mean, anybody, if you're in this kind of job, you're in this kind of field, and in your post-term, after the event, you don't learn lessons. I wouldn't have been still doing so well. 8 opinion polls, 2 wrong, 6 right. I think, humbly speaking, I think I've done well.
That's a 75% win rate. Not bad.
Hello?
That's a 75% win rate. It's not bad at all.
It's not bad. For a country like Ghana, where people, outside people will talk to you easily.
Yeah.
Now, I got interested about 25, 28 years when I went outside for some training tour. And I tried to bring it here, but then we had to adjust. Because you can't go, and if I meet you in the street, ask you who you vote for or who do you care for, you slap me.
Do you believe Ghanaians lie to you when they give you responses? Just tell you big lies.
No, we don't ask them who you vote for. Never. They'll slap you.
They'll slap you, eh?
They'll slap you.
Yes, we find ways that we see.
Have you been slapped before, though? Have you been slapped before?
No, because I've never asked that.
Okay, safety first. Safety first.
Because if somebody asks me who you vote for, I'll say, get away. Get out of my face.
Okay.
I will find ways, when you target a cluster of voters, because if you look at the result in some of the constituencies, if you need a break, there are some constituencies that are swing. Now, if you identify certain places where they vote, then you just take your sample size from those constituencies. And we do it every 3 months over 18-month period. Then we aggregate. That is how it's done. We aggregate.
So how do you ask the question without getting slapped? How do you do it?
Oh, you want me to come and see me and pay me a fee? I'll teach you.
I'll come and intern in your outfit, Mr. Pence, Mr. Epson.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right, Uncle Ben, thank you very much. Have a good day and a good night. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
All right.
God bless.
So that's Ben Epson. He's a pollster, and then he's also the managing editor for Daily Dispatch. He projected a 51.2% win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. First round, and then a 47.1% for former President Mahama, but it turned out not to be so. And he was explaining to us out there 75% win rate over the period.
If you said Dr. Bawumia you projected was going to get 1 million votes in the Ashanti region. For me, that's from the get-go. That's wrong.
I think he wanted him to, at least if he matched Nana, that would have been the situation, right?
Because in the Ashanti region, you need more than 1 million votes, the MPP. You should be having more than 75% of the votes. So in the previous election, the MPP had 1.7 million votes. The NDC had around 600,000 votes, and then the MPP won. So 1 million votes for start for the MPP.
No, I think he was talking about the gap between NDC and MPP.
No,
you see that gap is over 1 million.
He said he was projecting that the MPP should get 1 million votes in the Ashanti region. That's what he said.
Okay. All right. Anyway. Well, let's go back to our free SHS conversation, then we can wrap it up. I picked Kafi's view on that. Yeah. Did that help the NPP?
So I was asking, if the MPP had won,
yes,
what would you have said, did the magic?
Free SHS. One time.
It would also depend on the numbers if the NPP had won. Yeah. To determine whether free SHS helped them or not. Now, this is my reason. If you look at the first batch of free SHS graduates were in September 2020. It was about, I think, 1.2 million students who graduated at that time. Now, the NPP entered into the 2020 elections with almost 1 million vote difference from the 2016 election. Now, at the end of the 2020 election, that 1 million vote difference dropped to about 500,000. Now, if we just assume that those who enjoyed free SHS at that time will all vote for the NPP, maybe that vote, they shouldn't have actually reduced to 500,000. It should have been more than 500,000.
But you also know that in the second term of every sitting government, the votes come down, the votes reduce.
I know that, but I also put in mind that there's a new policy introduced that it's, and let's call it a spade, it was actually supposed to get them more votes. That's why the targeting was between the senior high school level. But they did actually get them the votes. Because in 2020, it did not. Their votes actually reduced. Although they won 2020 elections, but the votes reduced. So
and now it's even negative because
exactly. Now it's just gone down. So the expectation was that for them, and that's how they campaigned strongly with free senior high school, that those who enjoyed that package
come out and vote.
Will come out and vote and say, oh, thank you.
You're even targeting their parents, parents of
and also emotional adverts, the people who are weeping.
High school.
So you lost some votes in 2020. The free SHS obviously did not help. Not saying that the policy is bad, but it didn't really help with your campaign. So I was just expecting that in 2024, you might use the same strategy too, but you just vary it. But you look, they focused a lot on the free senior high school.
But really, the free senior high school provided them some safe haven. Because, if you run to the economy, things weren't really working when it comes to the economy. Dr. Baumia would have campaigned strongly on the economy if the fundamentals were sound. Because he's an economist coming into especially the 2016 elections, the focus was on the economy. And so if everything was right with the economy, certainly they would have banked their hopes on the economy. But then things were not working, and all of us know that. So the free senior high school provided them some safety nets, and so they had to go to free senior high school, really.
Well, I have maintained that if you come to Africa, and I've talked about this a lot, especially even on radio, if you come to Africa, we don't really vote mainly on infrastructure and policies. We vote based on bread and butter issues and how we feel at a particular time. So,
and where you come from.
And where you come from.
That's beginning to change.
Which one? Where you come from?
Where you come from, for me, is beginning to change gradually. To the extent that an MPP candidate will win Hohoi constituency should tell you that something is changing.
But the Hohoi constituency, we all know why Amewu won Hohoi.
But he still won that constituency. This is Hohoi.
We know why he won Hohoi. We know why he won the Hohoi constituency. We all know what really happened before he won the Hohoi constituency. Now, this time around, those variables then is not present now. So you realize that he lost, and he lost massively. So we get to understand why he won the Hohoi constituency. But if you should present that different variables as we have it now, there's no way that he was going.
And even in this election, if you look at what's happening in Ashanti region, we can say gradually that people are beginning to move away from voting based on ethnicity solely.
But the NPP had votes in the Ashanti region more than the NDC.
Certainly,
yes,
but not as we saw in the 2020 election.
They still had enough votes there too. So it's at least where you come from. Because constantly I've noticed that if we don't solve bread and butter issues, provide the people with whatever you want to provide them with, infrastructure, whatever policies, if those bread and butter issues are not resolved, they would not appreciate those things. Give them the hospitals, give them the schools, give them the markets. I mean, Kotokraba Market was former President Mahama that put up Kotokraba Markets in the central region.
Yeah.
In the 2016 election, he lost in that particular constituency. So you ask yourself, so what are the people? What do they actually want? So give them all those things. If you don't solve the bread and butter issues, you end up coming down to nothing, and they'll still see nothing that you have done.
But you also think that the 8-year cycle phenomenon has come to stay. It also has a huge impact on elections after every 8 years. So after every 8 years, Ghanaians will change the government.
I think if the NPP had gotten certain things right, they would have been able to break the 8. If they had gotten certain things right. Just that they didn't get certain things right. That's how come it looks like this, the 8-year cycle, 8-year cycle. They didn't get a lot of things right.
That would have been a possibility, though. Because if you look at the 2008 election result, in the first round, Nana Addo was actually in the lead, which meant that he had the opportunity to win that particular election. So breaking the 8 if you look at those figures, certainly was a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if the NPP had gotten certain things right, they would have actually caused a set by actually breaking the 8. But unfortunately, they didn't get a lot of things right, though. So 2 minutes to 6 is the time. We'll be going for a quick break. Stay with us. It's our coverage of the 2024 general election. I'm here with Kafui and then Morris. My name is George. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I, Joseph Layton, Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights and Administration.
Yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Because of that, the youth of this country have started reacting. And I think that this is a very dangerous moment in the history of our country. In the weeks leading to the election, you all recollect that the National Peace Council plus other peace industry players came to our office here and demanded of us to sign a peace declaration. We put our cards on the table that peace cannot be guaranteed by the two participating political parties in the election, because you have other stakeholders whose responsibility is to maintain peace at each of the election theaters. And so if they do not commit themselves to conducting their duties fairly. The parties per se cannot guarantee peace. And we put our reasons for not signing the peace agreement forward. We demanded that justice be done in places where crimes had been committed during elections, some of which have been investigated, particularly the Ayawaso West Wogon case, and a report generated with recommendations for sanctions. And yet, nothing has happened to those perpetrators. And some of them, in the lead to the election, were bragging all over the place that NDC is going to win, but we will steal the vote. And if you joke, we kill you and nothing will happen. We brought all this to the attention of the National Peace Council and asked them to actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring the conduct of all the signatories, so that when or if they find any of the signatories reneging on their commitment, then they can be named publicly and shamed, and we believe that that will force those actors to take the appropriate action. Throughout all this electioneering process, we have persistently been complaining about Electoral Commission's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the Electoral Commission to fast-track their duty of collating and announcing results so that it brings peace in this country. As we speak to you, and earlier on, you were here when our National Communication Officer explained to you the outcomes as per our collation system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us copies of the originals they are holding, what prevents them from putting their own totals together and announcing? We told them that we are aware of government's connivance with the Electoral Commission to delay the declaration of results so that agitations will start and then the military will be unleashed to shoot and kill innocent citizens. We made this thing clear to the National Peace Council. So one would have thought that if the National Peace Council is actually interested in peace, And they have, as a matter of fact, that the two key political parties have all declared results that are consistent in a certain direction. They ought to call out the Electoral Commission to live by the commitments they have signed to. I felt disappointed when a deputy chairperson of the commission addressed a press conference virtually indicating that nobody can pressurize them to declare elections and so on. So they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the collations and declaration. The nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country to remain calm is where justice has been delivered, and maybe out of jubilation or retribution, I can call them to stay calm, because then you have a government that will ensure that wrongdoers will be punished. And that is the only way I can commit myself to calling the youth to remain calm. We cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done. If it is done now, we will then follow up with a reasonable statement calling on our people, those who fear that they could be cheated, to now pipe down, and then there will be peace. But in this situation where everybody is in suspense, if I, as the national chairman of NDC, call on my party people to remain calm and allow themselves to be cheated, I will not survive it. And I'm not. So thank you very much.
The nation. But before we start, I would like to say a short word of prayer. Shall we be on our feet? Our Lord, our God, the giver of life, we thank you, we bless you, Father, for this day. We ask that, Lord, O God, may you take us through this prayer. Thus we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Before I cede the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I would like to say and state that questions will not be invited at the end of this press conference. Madam Chair, please the media, international and local observers, and agents of the candidates. Thank you, Madam.
Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, our leaders of the political parties and their agents here present, our international and local observer missions, citizens of Ghana, our media partners. A good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to the National Collation Center at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. This afternoon, my mission here is very simple. It is to update you on the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December, 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission has put in place a robust mechanism to receive the results from the Regional Collation Center. By convention, we have been able to declare results within 72 hours after the close of polls. The Commission, however, broke that record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we're expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the Collation Center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these. and a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these. And they are given copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step. And the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The commission is going to intend and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours. But we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we'll look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results. We will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness, and we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice. As President of the Republic of Ghana, that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. Yes. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process. And I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Nelson Mandela captured.
in the civil society room. It is a place that is made up of Fact Check West Africa, the CDD, the National Media Commission, the Africa Check, Dubawa, and various civil society organizations here, West Africa Network for Peace Building, of course, the Northern Regional Peace Council. I met their reps here, and they have been monitoring the elections since yesterday. And they have picked up a number of signals, including the incident in Nyankpala and, of course, today's looting at various points within the Tamale metropolis. I want to turn the camera to Rabiu Al-Hassan, founder and executive director, Facts Check West Africa. I want to find out from you, first of all, your general impressions about the elections from yesterday to this period.
So we started off with the expectation that the elections was going to be a very tense one because of the heightened politicization that we had seen from the two leading political parties. That informed the decision that the Ghana Fact-Checking Coalition took, where we had IFC and verified fact-checking organizations collapsing their newsrooms into one and setting up situation rooms both in Accra and then in Tamale. Here in Tamale, we've been working since December 4. We've done significant work, as you can see from our dashboard.
Continue talking, Rabiu.
The dashboard captures exactly what we've been doing across the different areas that we focused our attention on. We've published in excess of, I think, 70 fact-check reports. And it cuts across.
You mean within this election period?
Yes, in the last, I think, 3 days.
Wow.
The team, both in Accra and Tamale, have done significant work, and we are expecting to continue with our efforts until December 11th.
70 fact-check reports. Yes. On what?
So if you look closely at the dashboard and you look at the themes that we've concentrated our attentions on, you can see we have fact checks based on election integrity, those based on the security of the country, or that can claims that can lead to
security
violence.
threat, basically.
Yes. We've done fact checks based on claims that have targeted the integrity of the candidates involved. We've done others that have targeted the parties in question, and then we have the broad economic and social issues that we've seen play out on the internet. It's quite instructive to also see that some of our fact checks are fact checks that have been selected based on the regions that they impact. So you see majority of the fact checks you've looked at that have impacted the regions have come from the Ashanti region. It's followed closely by those that have come from the Greater Accra region and then the northern regions. Majority of our fact checks, though, did not fall under any of the regions. They are those that are non-location ones that we've paid attention to. And when you look at our verdicts, we've had a majority of our verdicts being false and others being true.
Basically, disinformation going on. Yes. What were they seeking to do?
I think the two leading political parties invested a lot in controlling narratives, not only on mainstream media, but they try to also control narratives on social media as well. So in trying to control narratives on social media, they kind of went against the community standards of the internet companies by allowing for astroturfing and by allowing for some of their followers to be spreading all sorts of narratives. What we saw in the days leading up to the election was that most of the claims that we surfaced were claims that necessarily did not impact not only the candidates who were contesting the elections, but we saw claims that also impacted the election integrity, where we issued a statement that kind of called the attention of the political parties that the disinformation we're seeing not only on social media, but was also playing out on traditional media, was something that could mar the elections as we expected. So I think by calling out the political parties to take action and by insisting that the internet companies also take action, it all contributed in the efforts to help deal with the weaponization of misinformation.
Now, talking about disinformation, pictures, videos, there is one video or picture I watched a while ago of a statue, presumably of President Nana Akufo-Addo, being pushed, the one that was commissioned somewhere in the western region, being pushed to the ground. Have you seen that picture and have you verified it? Is it the statue that is lying on the floor? Is it the same statue we have in the western region?
I think our colleagues in Accra debunked it.
Okay.
It's not exactly accurate. The statue is still up. It's just two different pictures that have been mixed together, basically to send the impression that the statue has been taken down. So it is false. We've also verified all sorts of claims relating to the looting. We had our colleague who had visited the location and had come back with some reports where the young people who had...
You mean in Tamale?
Yes, in Tamale. Who had gone out to jubilate, the exuberance meant they visited some of the warehouses of the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, and even though they couldn't get access to the place through the door, some of them climbed the roof to get access to the warehouse and had looted the place. It wasn't just there. I think there was another looting
that the Agric warehouse.
So far we've counted 3 looting incidents. We expect that the security agencies will be up and doing, so it will not be a copycat looting where it will spread across the different regions.
You said 3 looting incidents. I have covered 2 in Tamale. Where is the third one taking place?
I think Public Works Department. We understand what happened at the TMA warehouse. Was not just limited to the TMA warehouse. There was another incident at the Public Works Department.
Again in Tamale?
Yes, in Tamale. And the one that also happened at Agric. It's a huge concern, and I think there would be the need to highlight that social media is an avenue for people to connect.
Rabiu, whilst you are talking, let's walk. Rabiu is not working here alone. He is here with a team. And let's see some young men here who are making Ghana proud. Just say hello. You are live. You're live on Ghana television, and we are talking about election integrity and fact check West Africa. A coalition of fact-checking organizations have gathered here. West Africa Network for Peace Building. The place is virtually empty now. They've been here over the last 3 days, and people are tired and have retired. It's left with just a skeletal group of people. So, gentlemen, just a wave. You are live on Ghana television, so thank you very much. And I must also indicate that they are monitoring all the feeds from the major channels. As you can see, that's Ghana television here. You are seeing, so GTV and other networks are all present here. They are monitoring to ensure that they follow up on incidents and then report them. Rabiu, again, yesterday, the unfortunate incident in Nyankpala. Have you been able to dig into this, and what could have triggered this development?
I think it was a situation where, as we've seen across the different parts of the country, supporters of the political parties not agreeing so much with the processes by the Electoral Commission, what they would have to do before eventually they declare the results. So there was that disagreement that evolved into the violence that we have seen, and one person had to lose his life. It's very important that when some of these things happen, we do not allow for people to exploit it. We saw all sorts of videos and all sorts of pictures being shared to incite people to go out there and take the law into their own hands. So our working with not just the fact-checking organizations, but CODEO and also
the Peace Council was also here.
Yes, the Peace Council, the National Commission for Civic Education, working collaboratively, ensure that we escalate some of the fact checks we produce. So when there is a weaponization of misinformation and disinformation on social media, we work with the relevant actors to help deal with the situation and ensure that it does not contribute to destabilizing the different communities that we find ourselves in.
Rabiu, we are yet to see the EC declare results. What do you make of the aftermath of the declaration, even though we know where the whole thing is heading now? What do you anticipate?
I would hesitate to discuss the politics of the day. We are fact-checking organizations that are working to help protect the information environment, help ensure that there is no weaponization of misinformation and disinformation. We are collaborating with civil society actors to achieve this ultimate objective. The problem of misinformation and disinformation is not just a Ghana problem. I'm sure if you've gone through the global risk report of the World Economic Forum, you'll be familiar that it's been projected that over the next 2 years, misinformation and disinformation are the top risk confronting the world. But yeah, as a country, we would have to take the necessary steps. Both state institutions and local civil society actors would have to take the necessary steps to help deal with the situation. And that has informed what we are doing here with support from different partners. I should say kudos to our colleagues in Accra. They have also been doing a yeoman's job, and we working collaboratively through the dashboard. You can see the work we've been able to pull off. This should tell us that it's not just going to be an effort to deal with misinformation during these elections, but all through during future elections, we'll be working collaboratively to deal with the problem of misinformation and disinformation.
A little away from the issue of election, a few weeks back, you shared an article where you indicated that about 100 people got killed in the Boku conflict, and social media is to blame. Many have not taken this on main media outlets. You want to share that with us and tell us why you're making that claim that social media and disinformation are playing a role in the situation in Boku?
Okay, thank you for taking me to that bit of work that we have produced. And I think for our audiences, if you have access to the internet, you can go and check the reports that we've published, which maps out the social media analytics report.
Rabbi, if you can come forward a bit for me. Yeah, continue talking.
It's a social media analytics report which maps out conversations that have been happening, particularly on some specific social media channels, including Facebook, TikTok, and even WhatsApp, because we have a tip line where we encourage the public to alert us to all sorts of claims in relation to the Boko incident. The report was put together over a 1-year period. We did our investigations over a 1-year period. And from doing the investigations, we managed to identify specific pages and accounts on Facebook that are contributing to inciting the violence in Boko. We identified the TTPs, the tactics, techniques, and procedures being used in inciting the violence in Boko. And the framework we used was the FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference Framework, to help map out and put together the report. And some of the very key highlights of the report was we exposing how doxing, and by doxing I mean intentional sharing of personal information, identifying information of individuals on Facebook, and then eventually those people lost their lives, or those people were killed. Unfortunately, we've also seen a tactic where journalists operating in Boko were being threatened on social media. And here I would want to highlight that the internet companies at the time we were putting together the report had not done enough in taking action and in ensuring that their platforms were not being used to weaponize and threatened journalists and what have you. Beyond the threats against journalists, we also noticed that there was the use of AI in producing videos, and eventually those videos were being monetized on channels like YouTube to get some monies. As part of our investigations, we found that I think one YouTube channel had managed to raise in excess of $100 by putting together an AI-generated video and sharing it on those channels. Actually, he also shared samples of that on Facebook. The important news is the collected data was escalated with Meta and TikTok, and I can confirm that Meta responded and said they had taken down about a quarter of the, and I'm saying this for the first time, we are even yet to publish the report.
Right.
Meta took down about a quarter of the data in relation to hate speech and insightful language that was being published on Facebook in relation to the Boko conflict.
Rabi, unfortunately, it is almost 7 and we have to connect to major news. We want to thank you very much, and to all your guys here doing that great job.
Thank you very much for coming.
Of course, my producer has not slept in the last 3 days as well. Diana Dinse, Akoshika Kwe, and all the team out there. Kafi, we haven't seen your videos dozing off this time around. It means you're on top of your game. Back to you.
and welcome to News Hour. It's some 26 hours after the official close of polls, and we bring you updates on happenings from across the country and perhaps take you to the EC headquarters for the official declaration of the winner of this year's election. My name is Clara Mlanu. The flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has conceded defeat and extended his congratulations to the NDC flag bearer, Mr. John Mahama. In an address on Sunday, Dr. Bawumia said assured Ghanaians that his party will cooperate with the newly elected administration and will not serve as a disruptive opposition. He affirmed that MPP members of parliament would work diligently to advance the country's democracy and ensure that Ghanaians benefit from the nation's democratic process. His address follows the provisional results, which show a clear victory for the National Democratic Congress.
I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Now, the NDC has lamented the delays in declaring the results of Saturday's election, saying that the practice has the tendency of fuel intentions, which could lead to the creation of pockets of violence in parts of the country. Addressing the media from the NDC's headquarters today, December 8th, the party's national chairman, Johnson Esidu Nketia, called on the EC to expedite the announcement of the results to avert further escalation.
Cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done. If it is done now, we will then follow up with a reasonable statement calling on our people, those who fear that they could be cheated, to now pipe down, and then there will be peace. But in this situation where everybody is in suspense, if I, as the national chairman of NDC, call on my party people to remain calm and allow themselves to be cheated, I will not survive it. and I'm not.
The Ghana Police Service has arrested 12 individuals in connection with various related election offences, including the destruction of the Electoral Commission's office in Damongo. The arrest follows an incident in Damongo Municipal Constituency where a group of angry youth set fire to the EC office in protest over the delay in the declaration of election results. The Director of the Public Affairs Directorate of the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansa Akrofi, confirmed the arrests and provided details of the preliminary investigations. Confirmed reports also indicate that the EC official shot at Damongo is feared dead.
Preliminary investigations have established that the suspect attacked and caused damage to some state properties, including the setting ablaze of the Electoral Commission office in Damongo in the Savannah region, causing damage to some residences of district chief executives in some parts of the country, and vandalizing some collation centers. Additionally, some of these suspects broke into the school feeding project warehouse in Tamale and made away with some items, including foodstuffs. Footages of the attacks, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by a team of investigators to get the perpetrators arrested to face justice. We urge the general public to remain calm as police officers have been deployed to key locations with intensified patrols to maintain law and order.
Meanwhile, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mrs. Jane Manson, has called on political parties, stakeholders, and the general public to allow the Commission to do what is legally required before officially declaring the winner in Saturday's elections. Addressing the media at the Commission's headquarters in Accra, the Electoral Commissioner, Mrs. Jane Mensah, intimated that although the process that the Commission goes through before announcing the presidential results is laborious, it is very essential that the Commission adheres to the elaborate and thorough process required. She said that under CI 127, the EC has up to 72 hours to declare the presidential results. She referred to the 2020 elections where the Commission set a record by declaring results within 48 hours, but noted that the current situation is different. The EC chairperson said they are prepared to use the full 72 hours if necessary to protect the integrity of the process. Mrs. Jane Mensah assured citizens that the Commission is prioritizing the will of the people as reflected in the results from polling stations across the country. Now, as the country awaits the final declaration of results by the Electoral Commission, the Women's Situation Room Ghana has urged the public to remain patient and allow the Electoral Commission to formally declare the results. This appeal comes amid growing tensions and a request from the National Democratic Congress for transparency in the process. The Women's Situation Room emphasized the importance of trusting the constitutional process, noting that the EC's management of ballot counting and polling station setup was largely credible.
The Women's Situation Room particularly commends the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, for graciously conceding defeat, which has quelled the mounting tension in the country. The Women's Situation Room is generally satisfied with the conduct of the poll opening procedures, as reported by our observers. According to the reports, approximately 80% of polling stations observed opened on time. We are also generally satisfied that most polling stations we monitored, observed the approved opening procedures, including the breaking of sealed, empty, and transparent ballot boxes in the presence of all. The Women's Situation Room is, however, unhappy with the lack of accessibility of the polling stations to persons with disabilities. We're impressed that about 50% of the polling station officers were females and 66% youth. However, we bemoan the fact that only 19% of the presiding officers were female. Of equal concern is the fact that only 1% of polling officials were persons with disability. We also noted clashes and chaos in some collation centers across the country, including Ablekuma West, Ahafuano South, Lejokuku, Damango, Menshia, Ayawaso Central, Egutu Senya East, Okaikwe North constituencies, among many others that we cannot list here. We think that this should not have happened, and we hope that this will be prevented in the future. We call for the improvement and sustenance of collaborative work between the Electoral Commission, the Election Security Task Force, and other related agencies to ensure a more peaceful conduct of future elections. We call on the National Commission on Civic Education to develop a comprehensive citizen education program on election security. That the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, civil society organizations, and other related agencies to develop strategies to increase women participation in peace and security and also decision-making processes. We are also calling particularly on all relevant stakeholders for the effective implementation of the Affirmative Action Act in the new government of 2025.
We now cross over to the MPP headquarters at Asalam Dam for a press briefing by the Director of Communications, Mr. Richard Ahiagba.
To address some of those concerns with you this evening, and we appreciate you coming at this short notice. With us this evening is our Deputy National Organizer, Mr. Chris Lloyds, and also with us is our National Coordinator, Alhaji Aziz Futa, and also our third National Vice Chairman, Alhaji Usman Masaudu. This evening to address you is the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Lawyer Justin Frimpong Kodia. Thank you for coming, General Secretary.
Yes, as stated by our Director of Communication, we thank you for making it to our office at this short notice. In the early hours of today, our leader and presidential candidate, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, called the NDC presidential candidate, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to congratulate him as president-elect. It is instructive to make the point that this is the first time in the history of our country that a presidential candidate of a major political party has conceded defeat within 14 hours after the close of polls. This unprecedented development confirms yet again the MPP's commitment to entrenching democracy and safeguarding the stability of our dear country. I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The party also used this opportunity to commend our presidential candidate, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, his running mate Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, for leading the party's campaign. The party also commend the spouses of the flag bearer and the running mate. The President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekun Kufuor, Chairman of our national campaign team, Mr. Honorable Dan Butchie, officers and members of the party across the country for their tireless efforts that they put in prosecuting the electioneering campaign. However, the MPP has, with great concern, taken notice of the violent conduct of the NDC tax at some of the constituency's collation centers, i.e. Damango, Ablekuma North, Techiman South, Awowin, Obuasi East, Insawam, Adwejiri, Fantiakwa North, Ahafano North, Ahafano Southeast, Ahafano Southwest, Akwetia, Trobo, Obuasi East, and Tema Central. Indeed, data that made our flag bearer to concede this morning shows clearly that the MPP has won the constituencies I've mentioned. But the NDC, knowing very well that they have lost these seats to the MPP, are unwilling to accept their fate and are desperately seeking to compel the EC to do their bidding. We vehemently condemn these attacks and are serving notice that we shall resist every attempt to tamper with the results of the parliamentary elections in these constituencies. I call on the IGP, Mr. Dampare. Mr. IGP, you made a promise to political parties in 2 different occasions when we met you at your office, and your words were unambiguous that you will see to it that we have a free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. IGP, we believe you have seen what is happening at the various coalition centers. And as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various coalition centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I've mentioned. For Damango, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abujinapo, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For Ahafano South West, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma North, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, we have made this country in a peaceful manner. We considered without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral processes. As a country, we have come far from 1992, when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much. Ejanumwa ene adofuma yeshemu ha. Ene anope ye franka tufo eye.
Yo man ke kan wa ba hodia. Tua no betumo. Mo ba ye mo hu san ke kan wa na stain bi kura e wo fom ha. Ti mo hu hwehwem. Minia, mi so aka bi ma mo wat.
Buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover and so ha. You are buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach. Any de keke ka ho bebre. Wo se fie mu. Hospitals, schools, canteens, warehouse, factories, and no bia e wo so we use.
0243 10 48 83 and 0541 80 80 96.
FDRG
Meet
Kwame. He's not just any Kwame. He's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GBC is asking all to respond to this civic obligation and pay your TV license fee. For individuals, it's 3 CDs per month or 36 CDs per year. If you have multiple sets, meaning 2 or more in your household, it's 60 CDs per year. For commercial institutions, it's your number of TV sets by 36 CDs per year, and you pay the invoiced amount directly to GBC. So let's all take a moment to appreciate Kwame, the TV license legend. Wherever you are, just dial *447 *333# and follow the prompt. It's your civic duty, so pay your TV license today. GBC, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
Hey guys.
So yeah, is it true that new and energy efficient appliances such as TV and computers are going to have the Energy Commission's yellow label pasted on them?
Oh yes, you see, Parliament of Ghana has passed new laws which are going to govern 17 new electrical appliances. These laws require that 17 new electrical appliances will have yellow labels on them, just as it's been done for air conditioners, fridges and bulbs. Some of these new electrical appliances are microwave, rice cooker, electric kettle, blender, washing machine, television, decoder, computer, comfort fan, ventilating fan, industrial fan, and many more. Effective November 2023. When you go to the market for new electrical appliances, look out for the yellow label to make purchase decision. New electrical appliances with yellow labels are more efficient. That means you use less power and your bills will be lower. Whenever you buy a labeled brand new electrical appliance, you reduce your electricity bill. Energy Commission says.
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Avoiding injuries, easy. Winning, easy, Charlie. But you know what be easy now? Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted groundnut. Just add water, then sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. As I be street footballer, Gary at the top. Now we attend Star Boy. Still Gary at the top. I travel go abroad. Kibo Gary at the top. Kibo Gary. He the bio. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. So before the break, we had the NPP General Secretary addressing the media from the party's headquarters, where he commended the NPP's flag bearer, Dr. Bawumia, for conceding defeat within 14 hours after the close of polls and extending his good wishes to the president-elect, Mr. John Mahama. He said the NPP's committed to safeguarding the country's democracy and condemned the pockets of violence recorded at some polling stations across the 16 region. Mr. Kodia called on the IGP to help maintain law and order at the various collation centers and further called on Ghanaians to allow the EC to do its work. In other news, the National Peace Council, in collaboration with the West Africa Network for Peace Building, WANEP, has commended Ghanaians for the peaceful conduct of the election. Both institutions expressed confidence in the electoral process, urging the public to remain calm as the Electoral Commission finalizes its vote counting and prepares to declare the official results.
We commend His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for upholding his commitment to the Presidential Peace Pact in his concession speech this morning. This action has enhanced Ghana's democratic process and made our country proud and confirmed our position as the beacon of democracy in Africa. We also congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for his social media acceptance of the concession by the NPP presidential candidate. Based on our observation of the electoral process, we would like to offer the following recommendations to various stakeholders for consideration. 1, we encourage political parties to continue to cooperate with the Electoral Commission and the Election Security Task Force and ensure a smooth running of the outstanding collation process, which are ongoing in some constituencies. 2, we implore political parties to encourage their supporters to be law-abiding and all Ghanaians to be peaceful during this post-election period. 3, we encourage the EC, political parties, and other relevant government institutions to consider the implementation of recommendations from the report of domestic and international election observer missions to improve electoral processes in the country. 4, political parties and their supporters are encouraged to avoid using abusive words to express their views, especially on social media. 5, the National Security Task Force is encouraged to deploy timely and effective response mechanism to address security concerns in the post-election period. 6, we entreat Ghanaians to celebrate victory in magnanimity, demonstrate patriotism, and embrace civic responsibility in the interest of social cohesion and national unity. 7, with reference to the Electoral Peace Pact signed, we encourage all stakeholders to utilize laid-down procedures to seek redress on any electoral grievance. 8, as we await the official declaration of results by the EC, the Election Situation Room encourages all parties and their supporters to remain calm and uphold the rule of law to preserve the peace that this country is enjoying currently.
And that'll be all for now. Have a good evening. My name is Clara Mlano.
tireless efforts that they put in prosecuting the electioneering campaign. However, the MPP has, with great concern, taken notice of the violent conduct of the NDC tax at some of the constituencies' coalition centers, i.e., Damango, Ablekuma North, Techiman South, Awowin, Obuasi East, Insawam, Adwejiri, Fantiakwa North, Ahafano North, Ahafano South East, Ahafano Southwest, Akwetia, Trobo, Obuasi East, and Tema Central. Indeed, data that made our flag bearer to concede this morning shows clearly that the MPP has won the constituencies I've mentioned. But the NDC, knowing very well that they have lost these seats to the MPP, are unwilling to accept their fate and are desperately seeking to compel the EC to do their bidding. We vehemently condemn these attacks and are serving notice that we shall resist every attempt to tamper with the results of the parliamentary elections in these constituencies. I call on the IGP, Mr. Dampare. Mr. IGP, you made a promise to political parties in 2 different occasions when we met you at your office, and your words were unambiguous that you will see to it that we have a free, fair, and transparent elections. Mr. IGP, we believe you have seen what is happening at the various coalition centers. And as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various coalition centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I've mentioned. For Damango, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abujinapo, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For Ahafano South West, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma North, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, we have made this country in a peaceful manner. We considered without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral processes. As a country, we have come far from 1992 when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the thugs in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much. Enyanum a anya adofo a yehye mu ha. Ene anopa yi ye fam katufo eye
obvious. Because of that, the youth of this country have started reacting. And I think that this is a very dangerous moment in the history of our country. In the weeks leading to the election, you all recollect that the National Peace Council plus other peace industry players came to our office here and demanded of us to sign a peace declaration. We put our cards on the table that peace cannot be guaranteed by the two participating political parties in the election, because you have other stakeholders whose responsibility is to maintain peace at each of the election theaters. And so if they do not commit themselves to conducting their duties fairly, the parties per se cannot guarantee peace. And we put our reasons for not signing the peace agreement forward. We demanded that justice be done in places where crimes had been committed during elections, some of which have been investigated, particularly the Ayawaso West Wogon case, and a report generated with recommendations for sanctions. And yet, nothing has happened to those perpetrators. And some of them, in the lead to the election, were bragging all over the place that NDC is going to win, but we will steal the vote. And if you joke, we kill you and nothing will happen. We brought all this to the attention of the National Peace Council and asked them to actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring the conduct of all the signatories, so that when or if they find any of the signatories reneging on their commitment, then they can be named publicly and shamed, and we believe that that will force those actors to take the appropriate action. Throughout all this electioneering process, we have persistently been complaining about Electoral Commission's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the Electoral Commission to fast-track their duty of collating and announcing results so that it brings peace in this country. As we speak to you, and earlier on, you were here when our National Communication Officer explained to you the outcomes as per our collation system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us copies of the originals they are holding, what prevents them from putting their own totals together and announcing? We told them that we are aware of government's connivance with the Electoral Commission to delay the declaration of results so that agitations will start and then the military will be unleashed to shoot and kill innocent citizens. We made this thing clear to the National Peace Council. So one would have thought that if the National Peace Council is actually interested in peace, and they have as a matter of fact that the two key political parties have all declared results that are consistent in a certain direction, they ought to call out the Electoral Commission to live by the commitments they have signed to. I felt disappointed when a deputy chairperson of the commission addressed a press conference virtually indicating that nobody can pressurize them to declare elections and so on. So they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the collations and declaration. The nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country to remain calm is where justice has been delivered, and maybe out of jubilation or retribution, I can call them to stay calm, because then you have a government that will ensure that wrongdoers will be punished. And that is the only way I can commit myself to calling the youth to remain calm. We cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done. If it is done now, we will then follow up with a reasonable statement calling on our people, those who fear that they could be cheated, to now pipe down, and then there will be peace. But in this situation where everybody is in suspense, if I, as the national chairman of NDC, call on my party people to remain calm and allow themselves to be cheated, I will not survive it. And I'm not. So thank you very much.
It's been a very nice election. As we went around, we saw that the EC had almost everything there. The materials, for the elections were there, no shortages. And also the BBDs were working very well. As to the setup, everything went well. That should also tell you that they did a good training for the poll workers. The setup and then the voting procedure, there were not much problems encountered. And at the end of the day, when they finished and they were counting, I don't think we also saw any problems with the counting. You balanced it by getting some women as presiding officers, some men as presiding officers. And that is the inclusion aspect I'm talking about. We've always been saying that the employment of these officials should be balanced, where you have sometimes the people with disability, the women and the youth and everything, because that's what we as CODEO have been doing. We always balance it. So I would say that it's been a good election, and we have even been blessed at the tail end of it by having the presidential candidates for the ruling party conceding defeat when he realized that there was nothing that could be done again to either revive or do whatever it is. So that has actually toned down the anxiety. Otherwise, by now that the results hadn't come, I'm sure people would have been worried. But now that the gentleman has conceded, Dr. Bawumia has conceded defeat, the tension has gone down very well. And I think we should congratulate him for that, for being that bold and even calling on the ex-president Mahama to congratulate him on his victory. This is what I think we need. We need such things in this country. It's so sad that we lost 8 people during the last election, and we've lost, I think, 2 again this year. And I don't think it augurs well for this country. We should be very careful. Anytime there's an election, there are visitors around who come, and the whole world is always watching Ghana. So we need to be very, very careful about what we do. We don't have to put in violence in the elections that are organized in this country. Ghanaians are not used to that. Otherwise, I think we've run a good election.
All right, so the next question was about the 23 or almost 24 hours lapse, and the EC has still not declared the results. Whereas, as you said earlier, we have the other presidential candidates, one of the presidential candidates congratulating ex-president, using words like he winning decisively, so he concedes. I mean, is it right that at this time that even some of the presidential candidates or some of the parties know the winner, the EC is still not up to that task?
Yeah, I'm sure the EC, it's not that the EC is not up to the task. The EC has departed from the traditional way of doing it because of the new CI that has come out. This time around, they are trying to put all the constituency results together in the various regions. And when that is done, then they will transmit this result to the national headquarters. It's also good because once it is brought here, it's just a question of adding them up and then, we go. Unlike the previous one where they come in singles. Every constituency that is ready, then they mail it. This one is, it presupposes that it should be faster. But unfortunately, it is taking time for it to come. And that's why I said initially that we are fortunate that the tension has been reduced by one party succumbing, saying that, congratulations for having won. So that alone has quenched the fire. Otherwise, I'm sure people would have been very agitated. But you can see that it is calm throughout the country because of what has happened. So it's a good sign. I'm sure, yes, it is being delayed, but I believe it is not going to go beyond the 72 hours that we are talking about.
How will you describe the collation process here? Because it's been 24 hours and we are still here, yet to even get the second breaching details.
It came as a result of party supporters at various constituency or polling station area. So it became very difficult for the polling station collation center to fast provisional result to the EC before he can make it satisfied. But since there was misunderstanding between them, that was why we are delaying.
What's your general impression about the voting exercise? I mean, our election, the 2024 election.
Oh, it's perfect. And Ghanaians have shown maturity. Ghana has spoken. Ghanaians have decided. That's the reason there has been a change of government.
Does your party accept the one that Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia is congratulating as president-elect?
Yes, of course, because as I indicated to you, I told you earlier, it showed maturity. It showed maturity. So this will be a lesson to, in future contenders, whoever wins, the number two have to congratulate the first person so that to avoid misunderstanding and chaos within the country.
In all, Ghana has emerged victorious. And this is an exercise we've all gone through as stakeholders, the EC, political parties, the security agencies, and you, the media, as well as the electorate. The decision they've made is decisive that at this moment in our life, it should be a new government to take over from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The conduct of the election has been very smooth. Coalition has been ongoing. There have been few pockets of disturbances. So the onus is now on political party leadership to speak to their base. I think it is also insightful to note that the message from the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party should send a lot of acceptance to the rank and file of the NDC that yes, the man who contested on the ticket of the ruling party says that based on his collation, he realized that Mr. Mahama has more votes and therefore has accepted the outcome, even ahead of the EC's declaration. That tells you that is somebody who appreciates peace. If you remember, upon signing the peace party, he said that he wants to see a Ghana which is peaceful before, during, and after the elections. And he has walked his talk. And we've also heard of those pockets of disturbances. And so his message should rather communicate to the good people of Ghana that he's a man of peace, a Democrat per excellence, believes in competition. I think for all of us, it's good work done. It is not complete until all the results will come from constituencies through the regional coalition center to national. We therefore urge all parties to continue to comply with the law.
So how would you describe the process so far, the collation of the results at the National Collation Center?
It's been a very successful exercise. The little challenges will continue to urge our brothers and sisters to exercise patience and allow the law to rule.
Aside from the pockets of violence and electoral malpractice, the EC has done a good job. The security services have also done a good job. In terms of the delay, in the 2020 election, we had the results being declared about 3 times after 48 hours. So I think the EC wants to be doubly sure about the figures before they release it. We have been here for about, it's been about 24 hours since the polls closed. And looking at the fact that the voter population is now almost 19 million, in 2020 the polling stations were about 38,000 or thereabouts. Now we have 49,076 polling stations. So there's more work to be done. The work is more than 2020. So I believe that the delay is justified to an extent because there was ballot box snatching. Some constituencies don't have their results ready. So I think all in all, even though there's a delay, it's better late than sorry. Regarding the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia conceiving, or in his concession speech, I am of 2 minds regarding it. First of all, we've heard of EC office in Damongo being burnt. We've had at least 1 death, and tensions were getting high. I believe that looking at the situation, he felt to calm tensions, it was best that he conceded defeat, and I'm sure he did it with advice from his party. And with the results that are coming, it looks like it's a landslide. It's a resounding defeat. So I'm sure they did their checks because, as far as I'm concerned, the law says it should be 50+1. And looking at the margin, they decided to concede. Otherwise, if the margin had been close and he had conceded, there would have been a problem. Because if it turned out that President Mahama did not get 50+1, then even if the one who was second, that's His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, decided that he would not stand for the runoff, then whoever was third would have to do the runoff. So I think that a lot of thought has gone into it, and I would want to commend him for conceding. Even though we don't have the full results, they have their agents on the ground. I know the MPP has a lot of facilities, finances. So I think that with the pink sheets that they have, they realize that with a certain percentage, they would not be able to meet the 50.1. And with the pink sheets that they had, with a certain percentage, I believe that even if they stop counting, President Mahama will still have the 50.1. So, bar any problems with the calculations, I think all in all, the move by Vice President Bawumia is a move in the right direction.
So that you've not answered the question as to he doing that when the EC has not even come out because it's the EC, the returning officer of the EC, that declares a winner of a presidential election?
That is a very good question. I have to check the position of the law on that. I know what pertains to other jurisdictions. I think in the USA recently, Kamala Harris, I think she considered defeat even before the final declaration. And in Ghana too, I believe that out of necessity, he may have conceded, and I don't think it falls foul of the law. If he had declared himself as the winner, then you could say that there was a problem there. But accepting that somebody else was the winner, I don't think it's a thin line. I don't think there was a problem. There's a problem with that.
What is your general impression so far about the conduct of the 2024 election by the Electoral Commission?
I think the Electoral Commission have done their best. Yeah, so far so good. I look at the setup and everything. It looks like they did a good job. And as far as transparency, that's also very good. There is always room for improvement, which is something that I'm from her speaking this evening to us, or this afternoon. I realize that she's receptive to any ideas, that comes up. So maybe she would, I wouldn't say 100% sure about that because I don't know her, but from listening to her, she looks like a person that will take advice, So hopefully we'll be able to help out and, set things up.
So now we have our Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, congratulating former President John Mahama, conceding defeat, describing that John Mahama won the election decisively, so he congratulated and conceded defeat. Here is a situation where the EC that declares a winner of every presidential election has not yet done so after a day. What is your take on that?
Well, see, as far as I'm concerned, the EC is the body that can declare the winner. And so, first of all, I really wanted to hold on until the EC comes up with a decisive, otherwise, I can't make any comment about that because I'm not in a position to declare anything. We have no figures. The one that she declared came from Ahafo, right? And that's the only one. So we still have 15 or more. All right. So we wait until we get all 15 together, and then we'll see how things go.
I don't understand why anybody shouldn't be fond of boxing. It takes a lot of skill, courage, speed, intuitiveness, perception, a sense of judgment. We have to recover, restore the position we held many years ago.
Rawlings was brought up in Adraka, and boxing ostensibly is associated with the gun.
He has never been a boxer.
He would spend all his time training these guys.
He's the one taking care of us, as a manager, because we are dependent on him.
Accra, in the late 70s, a
nation with religious football craze had suddenly been exposed to the prospects of the gentleman's sport, boxing. David Cont, also known as DK Poison, had won the world featherweight title, and the financial reward had benefited Ghana's struggling economy. Many boxers before Poison, like Roy Ankra, Eddie Blay, Clement Ikwoti, had won Olympic medals and Commonwealth titles for Ghana, but a world champion brought a different euphoria.